Oh, hi there. It is Tuesday. I've got some hot tea and ready for some shogi. Yesterday's stream was great. Listened to all 3 hours of the sort of podcast discussion from it, and really enjoyed listening back. Some people had some good ideas. I missed some comments in there, which always hurts me to see when I review the streams. There were some good ones, and my eyes must have just slipped over some of them. So, apologies for that. As always, hey, Osman Pro HD, good to see you. Apologies for that, but I'm doing my best, and it's a fun time. It really was. So, there's that. Um, still, after nearly a 6 hour stream yesterday, I was a little hoarse. I was a little sore. So I think today I'll probably try to keep it. I'll try to keep it under 4, maybe even 3 hours. I don't think this is going to be one of my longest streams, but I'll be playing. And as you can see, I'm thinking I'm going to stick to Shogi Club 24. Have some slow shogi on Tuesday. Very unhappy with how I played on Shogi Wars yesterday. Very unhappy. So I want to get back into shape. It seems like I'm maybe not. Maybe it was all the talking that took it away. But I'm going to stick with Shogi Club 24. What's happening? You missed 50 seconds of talk. Yeah. Nothing much. Nothing much. I'm wearing an old school Lichess shirt here. This pawn Lichess shirt. Wearing that for no particular reason. Just, chess is on my mind on this morning's walk. So, I was up early this morning, I make my coffee, take care of the cat, stuff like that, and listened to the 3 hours of yesterday's stream, the 3 hour portion of that podcast, podcast, again, I put in quotes. You had to leave when I started playing Shogi Wars, it was late. Ah, okay, that makes sense. I won't fault you for that. I won't fault you. So I listened to those 3 hours, and then I went for a walk for about an hour, and I finished up the second half of the C Squared podcast, the Naroditsky sort of cheating rebuttal kind of podcast, and it's so good. So I figure I've got this Lee chest shirt. I'm still very low on my laundry because I haven't washed the stuff from the vacation. That's going to be happening probably later today. But so I've got this ancient Lichess shirt that I forgot I even owned. You say, good news is the shogi board you sent the link of was finally bought. It's going to take a few months, but it's coming. Awesome. This was from AliExpress. I'm surprised it takes a long time to get there from AliExpress. But speaking of AliExpress, and when I think of some of the stuff coming over from China, I'm thinking of big shipments overseas, and on the water you see some of that stuff. I mean, in the docks, I guess, and Seattle has a big dock, and Alaska had some big ones, but man. There's so many things that people in the modern world just sort of take for granted, or that have just that are just sort of marvels to me. Shipping, overseas shipping, is just a marvel of just sort of orchestration and engineering and manufacturing and everything. For me, you see some of these boats, these huge. I don't know if they wouldn't be called tankers. I don't know what they're basically like cruise ships, but they're only for shipping. And there's just stacked. They're just stacked crates all over, up, below. It's incredible. And each of these crates are massive. So the way the modern world works, like stuff like that. It's just, we take it for granted, but it's incredible. There's so many things like that. I mean, I'm still, maybe I'm just too easily impressed, but like skyscrapers. Every time I see skyscrapers, I live in the U.S. where we have tons of skyscrapers and big buildings. I see these things. I'm just like in awe. Like how do these things get built? And not only how did they get built, some of these were built in the early 1900s, or maybe even before. I don't know, but like, how did this happen? How did these things happen? Yeah. Social media, I think, takes a lot of that away. The cat is over there. I left the door open. Are you going to go out there, Atari? Okay. I'll be right back, and I'm going to close that door. So I usually close the door in the room that I stream in so that my wife doesn't have to hear me blabbing, especially while she's on her meetings or whatever she's doing. But because the cat has been upstairs a lot, since coming back, the cat has been so clingy, like in the best possible way. It's been so nice. The cat has been more loving than she ever has been before. And so she's been upstairs, and it's getting colder, so she's staying upstairs where it's a little warmer in our room. So I left the door cracked open so she can go out and to go to her litter box in the other section of the house. And so she just went through it, so I closed the door now. Hey Tulip, you fell asleep watching the stream. Hope it went well. Yeah, it did go. It went pretty well. It went pretty well. The Shogi Wars portion did not go well, but finished up with a decent-ish game on Shogi Club 24. I'm all great to see you. You say, in your country, those crates called containers are used by the ruling political party to block the protests. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, they actually put those up sort of as barricades? Did not know that. It's you go to some of these docks, these shipping docks, and it's hard, especially as you're far away. It's hard to gain perspective of just how large all this operation is. But we got off the ship, we start walking around, and there's one of these. I think it was Ketchikan in Alaska. I think it was, or maybe it was Skagway. Well, anyway, there was a big shipping area, and we're more close to it. And you see the size of these boats, and then the size of all these containers, and then they're just. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say hundreds of containers on just piled perfectly on these boats, and just incredible. Okay, they do use it as containers, as barricades. So you just got the Shogi Club 24 account, which is quite exciting. Glad you had a good game. Okay, yeah. So I'm a self-professed Shogi Club lover. Despite you could see this, like you could see the antiquity in this site here. I'm blocking some of it with the chat, but it's like an old school. It's almost like a terminal app that just happens to be webified, but and there's so few features. But like I've said a million times, I love the clarity of the board. I love the way the pieces are lined up on the bottom of the squares. I think I like how the color of the board looks sort of like a vinyl board that I'd be playing over the board. So there's a lot to love about Shogi Club 24. Not having matchmaking is a real downer. But otherwise, I enjoy the site. And I mostly get good games. It's hit or miss. It's hit or miss. There's a lot of sketchiness going on, especially at my rating level. I think the most sketchiness is probably in that 8 to 15 Q range, maybe even just the 11 to 15 Q range. But last night I was watching some games on Shogi Club 24, and I used to watch the high level games on Shogi Club 24. These super high level players who are basically at almost like at, I don't even say almost, what do I know, but at a pro-ish level. And but I've heard enough chess podcasts say they recommend watching games of players slightly above your level, so that you know what you need to advance. So I've been doing that lately. Lately. Hey, Killer Ducky, I see that. Yep, I've been giving Killer Ducky's. Anytime I get this question, I've been giving Killer Ducky's link here, and he's already on to give it. So like you don't need a Japanese phone number. You just have to use this format that he gave. Now, while I've been streaming, some people have told me that even following that guide didn't work. But in those cases, they sent an email to the webmaster at I think it's Shogi Net or shogidojo.net, whatever. There's a link to send them an email, and they explained and they made the account. So if that guide doesn't work, it worked for me, but if it doesn't work, then you can always email webmaster, or you can go through Melkor, because Melkor and Ishikawa Sensei, I believe, are trying to help people get accounts. Do they use AI? I don't know what you mean by that, but after every game, you'll see there's an option when it says like, do you want to greet? There will be a button or a checkbox that'll say like open analysis or something like that. So it'll open after every game. It opens up an analysis. I closed the tab, unfortunately, so I don't have an example to show it, where it does a very fast but somewhat accurate calculation, and it does a graph and shows your best moves and whatnot. But there's no AI in game. There are some bots. There are some bots that are at the highest level, as far as I know. The only ones I've seen that's called themselves computer at the very highest level, and sometimes people, like humans, play them. But there's no Kishin. There's no, as far as I know, maybe some of these accounts are fakes. But like there's a player on here that has 160,000, close to 160,000 games played. Maybe that's actually a bot. I don't know, but I don't think so. Yeah, the rounded button. The rounded button does make it seem a little more modern. That's true. That is true. That's true. At the very least, I will say it is a pleasant UI. There is one bug in it or a limitation in it that Killer Ducky doesn't seem to have, and I don't know if it's a Windows thing or if it's some font installation thing. Because let's go into a game. So if you look right here, this rev button, it doesn't show it. It doesn't show it on stream. Let me get to a different layout here. So while you're playing, this rev button, this is actually not what this icon, this emoji or whatever that I'm using here. This UTF-8 character of these arrows back and forth. This is actually not what the button has. When I inspect the page, what I will see is basically rev and then a square. I'm on a Mac, and an unprintable character. So it'll show, even in the source, I can't, in the source, no matter what character set I seem to try to look at it in, it's just an unprintable character. So I have JavaScript. It's called Script Monkey, I think. I wrote some little bit of JavaScript that gets loaded on every single time this page gets loaded, and it replaces the text of this rev button with rev and then these arrows. I've noticed on Killer Ducky's stream that he has this circular sort of like undo-ish kind of reverse. So I don't know what the deal is there, because just out of curiosity, I have gone over to a Windows machine and thinking, maybe they're just using some character set that only is available on Windows or whatnot. And I opened up the page on Windows in a few different browsers, and even those show the square. So I don't know if Killer Ducky is doing something that I'm doing, which is sort of hacking the page to show a proper image. But stuff like that bugs me. It bugs me more than it should. Like if this button said rev and then an unprintable character, like just a square, I would literally not play at this site. That's how annoyed I get by those little types of software problems. But anyway, I bring that up. I don't know why I bring that up, but I do. So there's that. So you have Korean fonts installed. It might include a bunch of Chinese Jap. Oh, that's a good theory.
20秒
That's a very good theory.
2
Because
3
I installed a bunch of Japanese, Mac OS itself
Look.
and Windows, I think, come with a bunch of Japanese
Cute.
fonts and Chinese fonts. And I installed some other ones as well, some other Japanese fonts. And I just haven't found a way to get it. But maybe you found that magic list. Because out of the box on the Macs and the Windows machines that I've tried, it never showed the proper. It always showed an unbroken character. All right. So let me close this, and that's really it. So I will. You're getting the following error when signing in. Please fill in the password with a few semicircular characters. Huh. That's interesting. Maybe they mean special characters? Let me start asking for a game here. I'm at my current high, 11Q, 481 rating points. Oh, Nakamitsu. I played Nakamitsu yesterday. And yesterday? No, I think the day before. I think I won against Nakamitsu. Nakamitsu, I think, was 13Q. So Nakamitsu is climbing up the ranks, despite the loss to me. Now, I remember years ago you were studying Korean, Killer Ducky. Are you conversational at this point? My wife has been, I think, trying to learn Korean over the past year or two. I'm not sure. I haven't asked her recently how well she's doing. Just because she likes a lot of the Korean TV shows. For the most generous definition of conversational, maybe. Well, that's all you need. As far as I'm concerned, that's all you need. That's admirable. Very admirable. I would not mind getting to that point in Japanese, certainly. So I could, not make as much of a fool of myself when I go over there. But yeah, some of the hopes and dreams I had of trying to go and speak and work with the JSA to try to help Shogi in the West. I don't know. I'm not sure if I think those were more like pipe dreams than real dreams. Because I just the more I am involved in this world of Shogi, the more it feels to me like the JSA just doesn't want it. Just doesn't really want it. So I think I tend to lose some motivation there. What's going on? Yama 3 Desu. I think I've played Yama 3 Desu. I don't love to do the challenging, but I will do the challenging since they're waiting for the same thing I'm waiting for. Keeping my hands warm with this tea. I have plans. Yeah, I've had plans. Hey, Gabrielle. I've been there. I have been there, but opponent is not found. But I've been wanting to go back since then. To try to play shogi and visit these places that I know. Some of these like the Kobin Cafe and the JSA dojos and Bar Resta, I think it's called, and I'd like to see the family of the kid that I played at the East Bay Shogi Club for all those months. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu, and all that kind of stuff. Interesting. In mine, I don't see the symbol. I do not see the symbol. Oh, are we getting a duck player? I'll do this. I'll do this. I'm always so stupid. All right, let's try to play. Let's try to play Danaka. Let's try to get into Danaka. You're looking to push 7-6 or 7-4, 7-4. You know, knight 7-3. So this would be good. I don't get an opportunity to play many slow games with this opening because, in my experience anyway, Shogi Club 24 is primarily a home to pro gamers, to hashtag pro gamers who play Ibisha. You know, much like myself. All right, let's get this up. Let's get this up first. Okay, interesting. Come back. Okay. Do we have any tactics yet? Do we have any tactics that that I can do before gold 3-2? I don't think so. I think I need gold 3-2 so that I can open the bishop diagonal. But you know, the thing is, the bishop diagonal is already closed. I could, if I bring the knight up right now, the bishop is going to go back. Then can I attack? No, no. All right, let's get the gold up. Oh, you're going through those Tume problems, the Tume training. Nice. So this I don't think is a big concern because, you know, I dropped the pawn. I drop. Okay. Wow. Do I have any sort of tempo-y kind of moves that I can make? All right, I'll just fill it. I'll just fill it back up. Open the diagonal. So, you know, this area is a little congested. You know, the pawn 6-5, I think, you know, it is a threat. But I think pawn 8-6 is going to be called for before. Okay. So he gave me a tempo. I think he gave me a tempo. Yeah, this is going to be, this piece is going to be, this pawn is going to be under attack. If I take the bishop, what's he going to take with? The knight. I push the pawn. He takes. I take. He drops the pawn. I take this pawn. Maybe? Or do I come back? I could close the diagonal. I see Killer Ducky has entered the watcher list. Let's close the diagonal. Let's close it. Let's close it. Let's close it. And because this is central rook, let's get the gold up to 4-3. And then bring the pawn out to 2-4. You know, get the knight up. Okay. I guess he's wanting to. I have no pawns in hand. All right. All right. So, you know, the rook is no, it doesn't. Am I going to get my, so if I bring this up, if I bring the silver up, you threaten the silver, he takes, I take the lance. He takes the pawn. Am I going to be losing out on some attack on the left over here? I don't think so. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's be aggressive. I thought he was going to, I really thought he'd take. If I take the knight, he takes with the gold. I get the fork, but that's not worth it. All right, that seems good. That seems good. So you know, I can win the win. I can win the silver for the lance. He'll get a lance and at least one pawn. I could also bring my knight up to defend here. This threat is not going away. He can't move. He's stuck. So it's not like I could also bring my pawn up. If I push the pawn, he takes with the pawn. I take with the knight. He drops the pawn. I take with the bishop. He takes. I promote, and I've got a rook. I've got a rook and a gold. I've got a dragon and a gold and a lance, and I still can drop this. I like getting this up though. I do like getting this up. Ah, Tulip, all right. If you're still around, have a good sleep. Thanks for stopping by. Great to see you. Like you say, you never used Shogi Club 24 to watch someone before. I really enjoy it. I really like watching games on Shogi Club 24. So what about this? If I drop the lance, silver takes. I take, rook takes, and I won't have a pawn. I won't have a pawn. But I can bring another silver up. And he'll have a lance, though. So he comes back, and then he'll have a lance. I don't love that. If I drop this, if I bring the pawn, he takes. I take the bishop here. I take this pawn. I get a pawn, which is what I sort of desperately want. Then he pushes the pawn to block my rook. Then I can do this. So now when I get this silver, I'll be able to use it here. Or okay. Maybe I should have taken the pawn first. No, I like this. I like this. I do like this. If he comes in with the rook, I take this pawn. But then he potentially threatens the exchange? No, because then I can drop a pawn. And then I trap him. We got two watchers in the game here. All right, fair enough. Interesting. Hmm. Can I take this gold? That's the question of the hour right now that I'm asking myself. Can I take this gold? You know, I take the gold, bishop, you know, same bishop. So there's a bishop there. I have a gold and I have a silver. A knight. And then I drop my gold back, threatening the bishop. The only way really to go back is all the way back, because otherwise I take with the rook and threaten to get in. But I don't want to be crazy. The problem is I'm not seeing a great move. I'm not seeing a great move. And every move doesn't have to be great. So, you know, I could go back. And I could come forward. Oh, if I take with bishop, no, I can't get my well, I'd drop the gold. I drop the gold right back. I also have an option to take this gold. Take the gold. If he takes with the rook, I get the fork with the gold drop. But he's going to take with the silver. So I take with the horse on 4-9. He takes with the silver. And now I have a knight drop. What about a knight drop now? If I drop the knight now, he takes with the gold. I take and I threaten the rook. But I guess if I drop the knight, he could just take with the rook. Oh, and then I take the gold, and then I take the rook back. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I don't want to give up the horse, and I do want to break through over here. But how am I going to break through if I save if I save the horse over here? What am I going to do with it? What am I going to do with it? All right, let's go nuts. So I think he has to take, otherwise he's going to lose this gold. Wow. Wow. What? If I take this knight, he takes back with something. He takes, rook drop. There's no way to defend them both. Right? Right? Or do I give up the gold? Or do I take the rook, give up the gold? take the gold that's Tumero, so he can't take back. You know, if he doesn't promote. If he does promote, he gets 2. So I take, he takes and promotes. I take, he takes, I take. He doesn't really have a check, so he's got to take back. Okay, okay, okay.
これより一手60秒の秒読みに入ります。
Okay.
,30 秒。
Sanjubyo, no reason to rush. No reason to rush. I think I was actually thinking about that last night, about why I do that. And I think that a lot of times it's because the more I think, sometimes the worse my move becomes. I mean, it's you know it's. Do I have Tumero? So before do I have Tume? Before taking this bishop, do I have Tsume? This gold, I think, is blocking my plans. So, you know, silver, king takes.
,40 秒。
Gold. Well, I'm just going to take it. So you know, now the resign should come, but it's not going to come. And I'm glad. I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't come, because I want to close this one out. So he's looking for the if I take, he's looking for the gold fork. That's what he wants, the gold fork. So if I take with the silver, then what? If I take with the silver, he wants me to take with the king so that he can fork with the gold. Which still isn't even all that much of a fork, but because I'll move my king over.
40 秒。
There's no knights. And we're now defending this pawn. If he tries to make the attack with the pawn, I can take with the pawn. And we're now defending the lance as well. Not that he really wants to move that lance. Yeah. So now he's giving himself space. Like if he drops a pawn here, he's giving himself space to drop the knight. But the problem there is that I'll just take the knight with I'll just take the knight. I'll just take the knight with the dragon. Okay. What's the threat? What are the threats? You can't really check because my knight, my silver is watching. I can come over here. All right.
30秒.
All right. So do I just run up the board? There's still no check he can do because he doesn't have a silver.
$30 秒.
I don't want to drop my bishop here because I lose.
50秒. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8.
I'm not blocking anything in. I'm not blocking it in yet. Tsumero. I don't know if he wants to drop the gold there. If he drops the gold, then I take. No, I don't. No, I don't. I think I just drop a knight. I drop another knight. Drop the knight here. Take the lance. He has no pieces now. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah. I mean, it's still protected. It's still protected, but if I take the gold, he takes the dragon. Bishop, run, lance, take, gold. All right. Actually, I don't even need to drop the bishop. I'll just use this bishop here. I think it's still Tsume right now. He's got no pieces to drop. Almost no way to check. Hey, Foradun. So apologies that I didn't, so I told myself again last night that, when I'm playing slower games, I'm going to look to chat more often. than I do in the Shogi Club 24 games, which is, not at all. I mean, sure. Gold, gold, gold. Has to take with the knight, gold. All right, arigatou gozaimashita. I do greet. And see, there's the open kifu analysis checkbox, which is, I think, default to on. And then we get this AI. So there's a success. There's a success for Donako. I don't know. So the thing is, the real question is the horse takes gold. The horse takes gold, or the night drop. The night drop is the one. Did I give up? Ooh, that could be it. Wait, what is this? The truly next level thinking about we won their playing gold. We lost our most important castle gold. This is true. This is true. This is true. So I'm going to guess right now that this is the move, and it is. It is. It is. So at the time I made the move, I thought it was potentially sus. But when I don't know what to do and I can't Tataki no who, then I'm just going to try to attack. And it's a major limitation in my game. Like right now, especially in Shogi Wars, where the time control is faster, so I have even less time to think through the situation. This is a major, I'd say ignoring my incompetence at calculation and mating patterns and Yosei, which is like a huge portion of the game, ignoring that incompetence. I honestly think my biggest problem is that I possess no ability to make quiet moves. I think you would potentially call some of the moves I was discussing at the time as quiet moves. I'm always looking for the big bang, even when I realize that I'm probably going overboard and making a big bang move when I don't have to make a big bang move. I thought I still did it. So this is a major. This is a major, if not the major flaw in my game as I see it. The blind leading the blind. So anyway, let's copy this into Lee Shogi. Let's copy this into Lee Shogi. And let me change the scene. 99 moves. 99 moves, all of them great. What move was that? That was, I still didn't give up my huge advantage, but 63. I gave up a lot of it. Here it is. Let me flip the board. I was Gote. Actually, let me add it to the study. Shogi Club 24. Flip 60. Wait, this is not it. This is not the game. Sorry about this. And wait, this is not it. This is not Awano. Oh, it was. I thought he was 300 something. Was he not 300? Rated 300 something? It was like 349. 295. Oh, maybe that was the guy I challenged. Okay, sorry. So move 64. I drop the knight. Gosh, I'm trying so hard. There's something about the Lee Shogi. I've talked about this before. There's something about it's not showing it. I'll switch my scene to my browser view just to show what I'm talking about. There is something about these colors that just do not work with my brain. I never know. I think intuitively, for me, I think intuitively, the brighter one is the current move, is the move that's current, and the gray one is the one that's focused, even though that's probably not right, because the move you're hovering should probably be brighter. For whatever reason, I can never find where I am in this move list. I don't know it's probably only me. So I hesitate to bring it up, and I certainly hesitate to make a suggestion about it. But there's something about this move list that I am always feeling confused in. And then the fact that when you click, it reshuffles, that drives me insane. That drives me, like, it tries to keep you at the center. So, like, I'm going to click this knight takes 6-8, promote. It's going to move this to the center. So now if I want to click the next move, all of a sudden I'm not clicking the next move. If I don't move my mouse, I'm clicking 5 moves in advance. So it's like, I think it changes the UI in a way that it should not. So in my world, I click this rook drop 7-9. This move becomes the current move. Move 70 becomes the current move, and this list does not change. As far as I'm concerned, this list should not change unless I scroll it, or unless I go to use one of the key bindings to go to the front or the end. But this list should not change as far as I am concerned. I think this is the major thing that makes this list verging on broken in utility's sake. But anyway, enough of that. So here we are. Wait, no, move 64 is where I dropped knight. So one thing you'll notice, my hand up here, like you could sort of see my arm. I have now instinctively sort of changed my behavior on this page because of how quirky this list is. Now I don't even for the most part, I almost don't even use the mouse to navigate. I start using the keys. I start using the keys, and I just messed up because I pressed the down button, which takes you to the end. But I use the keys to go back and forth because at least I'm sort of maintaining my mental state of the move I'm in, so I can just go right, left, right, left. So anyway, a little sidebar on how I use this Shogi software. Hey Mithrandir, great to see you. When they dropped the bishop and I could take it for free, I wanted to try to ignore it. Not sure you realize the flaw in ignoring it. Now I'm seeing the flaw in ignoring it. Now I'm seeing that would have been a heck of a way to lose the game. That would have been a monumental way to lose the game. Is to be like, I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to style and just go straight for the mate, ignoring the fact that my king is checked. That would have been incredible. Boy, I'm glad I didn't. So I've downplayed the Lee Shogi here. I've pointed out some problems in Lee Shogi. One thing I'm going to say now in its favor, which is some people dislike this as well. But at least when you're under check, it shows you red. It shows you as it shows the red. So in that case, I wouldn't be like, oh, I could ignore this knight, this bishop, because of course you can't. Well, two things would save me on Lee Shogi. The king would be red to show that I'm checked, and Lee Shogi doesn't let you make illegal moves. So I would have been double safe. So anyway, we're here. You know, I dropped that. I'm going to speculate that the best move is bishop 9-8. This is the move. This is the move. I think if I was a saner player, or if I was maybe a better player, I think I would make this move. I don't like this one. You know, I don't like 7-5 because he does have a lance, and yeah, I can move away, but now I'm sort of burying my horse. You know, I don't like coming back here because, you know, rook takes, and then what am I going to do? Drop a pawn, and now my horse is buried back here. I mean, it's defensive. It's a good defensive piece, but I'd rather be attacking. So be interesting here. I haven't yet turned on the engine. So Osman, you're saying after bishop drop, move 74 and 80, the gold was free. I'll take a look. I will take a look. But let's see here. So let's see what Mr. Engine says. Promoted bishop 5-4. What? All right, well, in this at depth 20 of this in-browser, you know, Yanara O, so you know, not exactly the state of the art, but pretty darn good. The top move, this is a significant advantage, as you know, as is obvious. 5-4, number 1. 4-3, number 2. Bishop takes 4-9 is number 3. Bishop 7-5. What? Okay, bishop 7-5 is... Actually, I shouldn't use blue because blue means the number 1 move. And bishop 9-8 is the 5th best move. Oops. How do I get the red? That's not it. How do I get the red? There or the yellow. Okay. So that's the 5th. The move that I speculated would be the best was the 5th best. Actually tied for 4th. Really? So what do I do here? Oh, of course. It's hanging. Of course. Duh. Oh, boy. Okay. Visualization problem. Why do I want to go to Siberia? So my hope. So my thinking on going up here is you know, one of the points is that I thought that I was basically going to get this horse buried. If I moved backwards, I thought it was going to be buried. They'd be able to block it with pawns or whatever. Honestly, I didn't even see this move. I didn't even see horse 5-4. I saw this one. I saw this one, and you know, I think I discussed this one, and I discarded that as just being too crazy. And then obviously this one. But so the reason is that I thought if I'm up here, I'm not giving up on getting my rook in. I thought now I can, you know, do some, you know, I could clear out this area. Yeah, I'd be wasting some of my pieces, you know, in trying to attack this gold. But that was some of the logic. And I think, you know, it's sort of why I discarded it, is that, yeah, I can attack, but now I'm using all my pieces on the right side of the board, and the king is on the left side of the board. So, you know, I wanted to keep open in this line. I wanted to keep open that idea of being able to promote in the rook. But I didn't see an immediate path to doing that, which is why I sort of discarded it. And I saw a way to break apart their area, at least, you know, what I perceived to be a way to break apart their area by giving up my horse, taking that. Never did I expect this coming. So, you know, two moves before, I didn't expect this. And I just thought I was too fast. I thought I was too fast with going this way. And this is the only move. Taking I don't want to say only move. The rook takes. So this is you know, this not red, blue. Okay, knight takes 5-9 is the number one move. It's negative 16.2. I'm Gote. The next move, the next best move is gold 7-2, which is only -6. And this was my other option. So this was the best move, and I did make it. What did he do? I think he took because it's interesting. Yeah, so he did take. It's interesting to me that knight takes 7-3 is slightly better for the opponent. This is the knight takes 7. I'm trying to draw an arrow. What the heck? Oh, this is slightly. This is negative 19.2 and promote, not unpromote. And negative 21 is, you know, gold takes. So they're both losing. They're both losing, but regardless, he took. Gold 7-2 is my number one move. So you're absolutely correct. But what did I do? I did rook drop 7-9, which is, so this is negative 22. You know, according to this engine, this is negative 21.6. Rook drop 7-9, which I did, is minus 14.2. Bishop drop 5-7 is just slightly in second place. That's an interesting one because I'm not. It's definitely an interesting one because it's not Sumero. It can be ignored, I think. Not only can it be oh, mate and 7. I have enough? Oh, I do because this bishop can come here. Okay. Well, actually, let's yeah. What's he gonna do? And now just yeah. Okay, because this bishop is here, it is mate. Oh, that's a pretty one. That's a pretty one. That's very nice. I like that. Okay, that was a mate in 7 that wasn't seen. Okay. So now you say, Osman, move 74 and 80, the gold was free. Move 74. Oops. I'm not seeing. So my move was 74. Oops. Mr. Ender, you say you may be too busy to pay full attention, but you love listening to me while studying. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm really glad you do, and I appreciate the comment. So which one here, Osman? There's nothing here. There's nothing free here. Let me look at move 80. Move 80, there's really nothing. I mean, the game's over at this point. I mean, the game is completely over at this point. The opponent really has zero counterplay. They tried, but there just wasn't any unless I just sort of fell into a trap. Bishop drops 7-7 on move 74. Bishop drops 7-7. Well, that's not really free. And he can defend with another gold. So, if I did this, I think they could probably just. Well, why am I speculating? The engine is saying gold 4-9, which that is the move I said. They can move over so that it sort of helps them defend, or they could be. They could be annoying, I think, even with this. Although this is a bad move. And I would just come here. You say move 80. Move 80? Well, move 80, he dropped the pawn. He dropped the pawn here, so I had to take. I had to take this pawn. I can't. I'm not. I can't. Realistically, I don't want to. This game is so over that I'm not going to give him a silver. That said, there is mate here. There is mate. With taking. There's mate in 13. I looked. I didn't. I did look. I didn't see it. Knight drop 4-6. This is hardcore stuff. Silver drop 4-7. Woo! So he takes. Bishop drop 5-6. And now it's clear. Now I think it's much more clear. But other than that, there's really, I mean, I'm going to take that silver. Okay, so Killer Ducky, yeah, Killer Ducky's saying that that's what I was trying to express, that it basically it forces them to improve their position. Gabriel, get over here. It's yeah. That's get over here at its max level. That's just you having so many pieces in hand that you can just throw them all away. So Koshiro would have seen this. I have no doubt. So I have no doubt in my mind that Koshiro sees this move instantly. I'm going to guess that Koshiro sees this move. Well, it's not here. Koshiro sees this move before the engine does. This in-browser engine. The in-browser engine took a little bit to realize that it was mate. Oh, during this, we skipped move 72. You're mad about move 72. This does feel lame. This does feel lame. Not going to lie. Yeah, yeah. When I made this move, I felt lame. And this is stubbornness. This is yeah. No, you are 1,000% correct. This is another thing. You know, we talk on this channel about sort of, you know, the Silman book, The Amateur's Mind. You know, this is my amateur's mind of being stubborn in that, you know, I made this fork, so by God, I am going to win something from this fork. You know, that's like, I think that's this loser mindset that you know, people at my level sometimes have, is that we make a plan, and by God, come hell or high water, we're going to see that plan through. So, you know, I'm like, I forked these pieces. I deserve one of these golds. I deserve one of these golds. Sure. It put my dragon, you know, out of the attack temporarily. Sure. It gave up my gold, my defensive gold, and it gave him, you know, a free attack, and he gave him another piece. Sure. But I made my fork. Like that's, you know, it's like that's my mindset, I think, sometimes. And, you know, when I speak it out loud in this way, you know, it reflects to me, you know, it shows me how ridiculous this line of thinking is. But during a game, this idea doesn't feel ridiculous to me. You know, it's like, you know, I made my plan to fork this piece. I'm going to take this piece. And so, you know, I think, you know, I hope with, you know, just with experience and playing more, I'm going to get out of that mindset. But you're absolutely 1,000% correct. Like, if I'm looking at this position right now, so I guess by saying that, if I'm looking at this position now, so we take this out of context. So let's, when you see this position here, well, you know that this was the last move because it's highlighted. But let's say you didn't see this move. Let's say you didn't see that the lance drop was the last move. So you don't know that I forked these two golds. You just see the board. You know, this was a physical board. You step up and you look at it. There is zero chance I make this move. You know, out of context, just show me this position. Zero chance that I make this move. And, you know, almost a certainty that I make this move. But in the context of the game, because I made a plan, my brain is still stuck to that plan. And, you know, like I said, I don't know how you improve that, other than maybe just by experience and just building your playing muscle, you know, your mental playing muscle. But Gold 7-2 is the best move, followed as we talked about on another move, followed closely by Bishop drop 5-7 again, you know, because you've got that, because you've got some I don't know. I don't know, because now you don't have mate. Oh, you get the gold. So you're threatening me. So now it's something like this. And now it's trickier. Now it's definitely trickier. But it's it's going to happen. It's an overwhelming lead right now. The fork is still doing something. When you make a move to defend gold 7-3, if he defends gold 7-6, the fork still worked. Yeah. Osmond, you say it's the same with fighting games. You try to do that one set of moves that you ignore other options. Yeah. Yeah, totally. I mean, as a fighting game player and fan, yeah, I agree with you. You build your plan, and then it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just sort of ignore what makes more sense. I think there are things to be said for sticking to a plan, but not mindlessly. Not mindlessly when you're giving up your defensive gold and you're moving your dragon out of the attack. All right. Well, that was a good start. That was a good start to the stream. I'm going to take a quick little break, mostly bio break, but also to refill some of this water. All my hot tea is gone, so I'm starting to shiver a little bit. But let me get my little thing here, and be right back. And back. Let's see. Say that garden is nice where the pretty flowers all are seen is green. Well, I mean, it is that time of year where the flowers are mostly going to be gone. We don't have many flowers back this side. They're mostly on the other sides of the house, where there's like roses and some other like types of flowers. But yeah, it's mostly green back here. You can't see any cherries, can't see any of the oranges. I noticed in yesterday's stream there were squirrels. You could see squirrels at some point climbing up. I don't think rats have ever appeared on stream, but we do have those. We do have those. This area, I'm told, by realtors and stuff like that. This part of the world, this Bay Area, the Northern California, this was all built on orchards, so there's a huge rat population, and definitely have rats, and they're always out there. Yeah, well, that was one of the reasons why we initially I was okay with getting the cat, just trying to make sure that that they stayed out of our house, and I think in the end I've learned that maybe cats are not the best for that. Like people seem to have debate, like people seem to have conflicting opinions on the effectiveness of cats in the house on rat control or pest control. I don't know, but we've had people come out to sort of try to rat proof the house with all, basically it's all about, my understanding from what they've told me, it's all about closing the ingress, closing all the access points where they could get in. There are a lot of access points external to a house that we could get in, or that rodents could get in, and it's just a matter of closing those up. And so we've been fortunate. We have, in the 13 years or so, or I guess we've been in this house maybe 11 years. We've had one incident where a rat got caught in the wall. Not sure how they got in at that point. There was some construction going on, so it's possible there was an opening that they sort of came through a vent, and they got stuck in the wall. And that's a real nasty situation, because when that happens, they're basically they're going to die in there. And any creature, the larger the creature, the worse it is. But when they die, there's the scent, there's the smell of the decaying animal. So and that takes it can take up to months for that smell to go away. And you would think that in 2024 there are good ways to deal with that, but there aren't, because there's a couple problems. One, localizing the smell. You can try to generally localize it, but if someone comes in with the intent to get rid of the dead animal, they're going to have to cut through the walls. They're going to have to cut through, and if you can't perfectly localize it, you could end up cutting through a lot of walls. So that's one thing. And the second thing is that even if you can cut through some portions, like you're cutting through your walls. This has now turned into a massive expense, especially out here where it's hard to find someone both reliable and reasonably priced to do anything. So you're cutting open your walls, you're having to repaint and do all this stuff. So anyway, Osman, your house has a mice problem, so they get stuck inside the AC, and the smell. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Exactly. The rat in the wall, kind of like Girl in the Box. Exactly. Except Girl in the Box doesn't smell. Your grandpa did tell you to fix the rat problem, you have to drown them. Whew. Wow. Well, we don't have all that, we have no great way to drown them, but like we definitely see them occasionally climbing the orange tree. So when we have oranges, we have an orange tree partly in the backyard. I'm staring at this way. You can't see it off stream, but there's an orange tree, and there are no oranges on it right now. I guess it's we've ended that season, or the rats have taken them all. But they'll be climbing up there. But yeah, I think anytime you have, the thing is, it's like in nature, anytime you're going to have beautiful nature or anything like that, you're going to have these you're going to have some problems, because obviously animals also live in the areas that we think of as beautiful, with trees and all this stuff, are also great for animals. So yeah, it's a balance. It's a balance. But anyway, we do have a cat. Her name is Atari. She is the cat that appears, in artistic form on the Shogi Dad t-shirts. So let me go to shop.shogidad.com. let me set my scene, or we can see it through the scene. So this is the you could see the cat. She's a rag doll, but this is an artist, and the artist is my daughter. An artist rendition, simple. It's a simplified sort of version of a rag doll. That's her, hiding behind the rook. Atari has been on stream 2 or 3 times. I've been able to get her and hold her up, but most of the time she's not really interested in coming over and being picked up to be on stream. But she's been out there in the shogi world. Atari has there was a tweet that I made with I think it was in response to a Chika Umino, I believe is her name, the author of March Comes In Like a Lion. She retweeted it or shared it or whatever, so I had like a ton of likes on this thing from a few years back. It was Atari looking at a shogi board. So Atari has gotten her 15 minutes of fame. Anyway, what am I doing? I'm trying to get back in here. Did we have anything else to discuss in the game? Were there any other? Yeah, she's an official shogi cat. She definitely is. She loves shogi. She also loves chess. She's always walking on the chess pieces. I'm looking through some past messages just to make sure. Xenon X Dest, I'm so sorry that I didn't see your message there. If you're still around, greetings. What does greet mean? What it means in this context is, let me close this. It means, oh, I closed the window. I was going to show the chat. It be below the game. There's sort of like a chat window, and it'll say like, "Onegaishimasu." It'll give them a text message to the opponent saying "greet" or "thank you for the game," that kind of thing. So there we are. Update. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to change my scene. Get back into Shogi Club 24 scene. I'm wearing this Lee Chess shirt and this old Lee Chess shirt. I'm surprised that Lee Shogi, that the Lee Shogi author hasn't also made some T-shirts available for for purchase just to support the site. I don't know how well Lee Chesses do. I know how well or not well mine do, but like I would think Lee Shogi would be able to get some traction with some T-shirts. I'd certainly buy one or more. I've got 2 or 3 Lee Chess shirts. Actually, I have 3, not 2 or 3. Now that I'm thinking of it, I have 3 Lee Chess shirts. All right, I am at my peak 490 11Q. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can continue to increase that. Thank you, Gabrielle. I will take all the luck that I can get. We are really low on the player count here. So one thing I said, I started saying and didn't finish my thought is that I've been watching these games. I've been watching games of players sort of slightly above my level. So these games, in the Shogi Club 24 UI, you have 6 to 10Q, 11Q minus. I'm living in the slum over here. In the 6 to 10Q category, I was watching some games last night. And, the funny thing is, I'm watching those games, and it's like, I'm sitting there thinking, man, I lose to these people? Like, they're just, I'm seeing blunders left and right. And I'm thinking, like, it doesn't feel like my opponents do this. But like, sure enough, I have to believe they are. There is the risk on Shogi Club 24 that the players in the 11Q minus range can sometimes or often be stronger than the players in here, just because they're sandbaggers. But for the most part, I don't think that's the case. So it's weird. Like, I'm just so surprised. Like, when I'm watching these games, I feel like I'm 300 or 400 elo points higher than I am when I'm playing them, especially when I'm playing them on stream. Yeah, Lichess is very impressive. It's a tremendous piece of software, and Lee Shogi is also a tremendous piece of software. Obviously based on Lichess, but a ton of work has gone into it. Besides just taking, it's not as simple as just taking Lichess and doing a text replace of chess with Shogi. There has been a huge amount of work that went into Lee Shogi, and it's great work. Despite the fact that I was, there are certainly things I complain about and I don't like about it, but yeah. I think I've played Tazawa Hideo. I think it's a strong player, but I don't remember. Tempted to okay, Rio.Doradora. I think this is a sandbagger. I don't remember, but anyone with a dot or a dash is almost certainly a sandbagger. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. But I'm gonna play anyway because it doesn't matter. It's all about trying to play our best and you're getting experience. I think I need to rethink my move order here. Not necessarily rethink. I need to revisit it. See what Urashina Ryu. Even though I watch a bunch of Urashina Ryu channel videos, I watch one every day. He's releasing them every day. I've noticed that I've sort of started glossing over the earliest moves, but in doing so, I think I've lost track to a certain extent of what he does. And how the opening is, because I've gone into sort of playing by rote, and my rote doesn't quite always remember. I'm playing it in the fashion of, well, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but it does. Okay, so he's going into some sort of Nakazumi style, I think. All right, let's threaten. Let's threaten here. Get our piece up. I think the engine likes pushing it. Yeah. It's an interesting spot. I don't have a pawn. I think I can bring my rook up to take. But I'm going to do this. As I say, every time I struggle so much against this style of player that does the third file, the right hand third file things. All right, let's get him out of there. If I come up with the silver, and he just comes up here. And then I come up here. So silver, back. So silver 4-5, rook 5-5. Silver 3-4. Bishop 4-4. Bishop 6-6. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. Okay, gutsy. Gutsy, I like it. I like it. I come up, he drops the pawn. But then I go back. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. I didn't see that. I should have seen that. So what is if I defend? If I defend. So let's say I defend with something like this. He takes the gold. I take the bishop. He takes the knight, and he promotes. So now he has a horse on 3-3 or 7-7, and a gold and a knight in hand. So it's Dumero. So I've got to come over. No, it's not Dumero because I'm still watching with the rook. But he can take the lance, and then he gets a knight drop. Is there a better way to defend? The pawn? No. I could slide over, give him that lance, and then come up with a gold to expose my rook. I don't like that. I don't like that either. All right. Got a bishop here. I can drop a pawn here. I can drop a pawn, which gives him a lance. God, his castle's such garbage, and I still have no real drop point. That's frustrating. I don't want to waste my pawn here. Let's get this gold over. Let's get this gold over. If he wants to trade the rook for a gold and a horse, you know, I'll gladly take that. Maybe I should have dropped the bishop here to begin with. Take. Then he gets the bishop again because these are hanging. No, I can't drop that there because he can drop a lance. He can drop a lance. Bishop, lance, takes, king, rook, take. Feels sort of mildly disastrous. But maybe it's good because it takes away one of his... You like it for them. Hey, Arnold. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like their position as well. Is this the... I know I've played this player before. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Nice. Nice again. So I guess let's get our king over. Get our king over. Wow. Wow, that's nice. Goodness. Hmm. Hey, Killer Ducky. Why is there no pawn 2-4 push yet? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. It got crazy before I could. You know, because I was using this rook to defend. But now that I've moved my king up, you know, now I can start potentially attacking. So, you know, if I come back, I'm sort of defending. I'm also hitting this. Yeah. My plans. He's ruined my plan to take this, to sacrifice my bishop for his defensive gold and get the rook drop. Well, I guess we got to do this. If he drops the gold here, that's an interesting idea. I think I just come forward, and he's sort of wasted his gold. Wow, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. I would expect nothing less. I would expect nothing less than our friend here. All right, let's get it back. Let's get it back. Okay. Feels a bit slow. He doesn't have. I mean, he's got drop points, but he doesn't. I don't think the bishop has anything to do. So I'm going for it. I'm going for it. So if I drop the pawn, he drops the pawn. I take. If he takes the rook, do I have mate? I'll have a token here. I will not have mate. So I can drop the gold here. I drop the gold. Hold on. I drop the gold. He takes. I take. He drops the gold back. And then I'm back where I actually worse where I was. So gold here. Gold here. He can't put a pawn on my head. He can't. He can drop a bishop. No, he can't, because then I'll take with the gold. You can threaten with the bishop over here. Then I drop the pawn. Okay. Now I've got knight drops. And I've got pawn drops. And I've got lance drops.
これより一手60秒の秒読みに入ります。
All right. See, this is exactly what I say. I freaking get my rook trapped more than anything. This is why everyone's always like, why don't you put your rook in? Why don't you put your rook in? Why don't you promote your rook? This is why. This is why. This is exactly why. So yeah, sometimes I can, but often I can't. And so, you know, it's this is why. So this is the answer. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. I mean, gotta move.
30秒。
Can I threaten anything else? Can I threaten anything else?
40秒。
Yeah, I've got a great castle here. You know, the silver defends this. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's smart. That's smart. It's not smart, though. He takes it. He's going to lose something. He's definitely... Okay. Okay, so what's he going to do after I drop the lance? What's he going to do when these 16-inch pythons come for him? He's going to come over here and threaten... He doesn't have anything. Pawn? Should I drop the pawn first? Or just go ham with the lance? I think I go ham with the lance. So now, yeah, it's free. No, that's not mate. That's not mate. That's not mate. This is now I've won the game. I can back up slowly. So let's think. If I just back up, then I can drop a pawn. I back up, he's gonna have to drop or I just come up here and take the knight. I'm coming. I don't. Let's come up here. Fair enough. Still not mate. I can't move here. He can't. It is Tumero. It is Tumero. This is not it.
40秒
He can't drop a pawn. He can drop his lance. Defending 5-8. So I just need to find. I just need to play defense here. I need to play some defense, solidify my castle, drop a pawn. Okay. Silver bishop.
秒
If I drop the pawn here, he comes over.
40秒
I could just walk over and defend. Right, take. I take. He takes with the other piece. Could just defend.
30秒
47. So the thing is, like, yeah, maybe I should think more, but I'm an idiot, you know. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to find, you know, much. So he takes. I bring this back. I could drop the gold here. Wanted to drop the gold here, but I guess that's a rook.
30秒。
If I drop a gold, he drops the silver.
40秒。
I could take this and then drop another gold here.
50秒。
Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Oh boy. There's no fork still. Bring the gold over. Bring the gold over.
30秒。
Just drop a knight.
40秒。50秒。1、
Drop a lance.
3、4、5、6、
Drop a pawn.
7、8。
Drop a pawn. Okay. Do I just drop up? Do I just drop? How can I threaten? How can I threaten this piece? You know, I could just drop a rook here.
30秒。
No, I'm just gonna drop a pawn. Just gonna drop a pawn. And now I'm going to drop the rook. As soon as I have some mild breathing room, I'm going to drop the rook here. Okay, well, that's not mild breathing room. If I drop the rook here and fork it, he takes. He'll have a gold. He'll have 2 golds and a silver. Gold, up, silver, over, gold, and that's mate. So I can't do that.
30秒。
Pawn. He takes. Lance.
30秒。
Only have one pawn. I've seen chat move. I don't want to look over just because, you know, I don't want to get a hint here. Rook drops the gold. The gold doesn't do anything. So he's got, yeah, so he's got, yeah, so this is dangerous. It's definitely dangerous.
30秒。
If I drop the knight here, it defends this pawn. But then can he drop the gold? I go back.
40秒。 50秒。1。
I think he's going to have a deflection move here. Yeah. 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 Ooh. Do I have mate? Do I have mate? Do I have mate? Knight drop, no, because he's defending this.
30秒。
Knight drop.
40秒。 50秒。
So if I drop the lance, he drops the gold. I take the lance. I take the gold. He takes the gold. I come over. And he doesn't really have a way. He brings him in.
30秒。 40秒。
Should I just bring the rook back and defend? No. It's a tough spot. You know, I'm certain I had the win. I'm certain I had the win. And that maybe I didn't find the right moves to defend. I'm still of the opinion that I have this. So, you know, I can always check and get a bishop and take at some point. Yeah, I think he's got it. I think he's got it, right? So now I can drop this knight. I can also defend with the rook.
$30秒
Knight takes. Bishop takes. Takes.
40秒 50秒 1、2、3、4、5、6。
Bishop. Knight.
30秒
Take, take, take. Then I drop another bishop. It goes up.
$40秒
Rook.
$30秒
Let's drop that rook. He drops the lance. Or something. He drops the lance. He's going to drop the lance. He's going to take with the king.
$30秒 40秒
Oof.
50秒 1、2、3、4、5。
I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. Definitely don't think that's it. Yeah. Mm.
30秒。40秒。
Gold.
50秒。1、2、3、
Shoot.
4、5、6、7、8。
That's not it. That's definitely not it. That's definitely not it. Gold? Well, how about rook? Rook? Gold?
$30秒。
He runs. He runs. If he runs, it's gold, gold. I think he still runs away. Okay.
$30秒。
I think it's over, but let's see. Let's see. So what if I what can I possibly push this pawn?
30秒。
Then he comes over. Then I come up, and then he comes over. So no.
40秒。
How did this get so bad?
50秒。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
All right. Well, let's make him do it. Let's make him do it. Since he didn't resign when the game was over, I'm not going to resign when the game was over. Is over. Yeah. All right. All right. Good game. Good game. Hey, everybody. Ghost Eugene, Ornolf. Ornolf was here. Skykeeper, Koshiro. Yeah. Good to see you all. Thanks for stopping by. was a very interesting, fun game. This is one of those classic Shogi Club 24s where sometimes it feels like you're playing two different players. We don't have time to just threat mate. We have to find mate. I was looking. I was looking and I wasn't seeing. I was looking and I wasn't seeing. Fun game. Checking with the bishop. So that's a Skykeeper. That is why I did that check. That's why I did that check. So that I could, excuse me. So I could take the gold with the bishop. But then I thought, well, maybe I can mate, or you know, and then it didn't happen. Okay, so maybe I didn't have the big enough. Oh boy. Ah. Woof. Like, yeah, like I was saying earlier, like it sometimes feels like the players, the worse they get, the better they are. You know, the lower in the lower in the rating, the better they are at my level in Shogi Club 24. And this person had a dot in their name, so I know he's a sandbagger, and I've played him before, but still, it was a fun game. And you know, it's you learn more from losing. I'll tell myself, I'll take some copium, and say, you know, it's better to lose than it is to win. I don't even know what to look at in that game. It was just, there's so many crazy moments. Oh, so Goshujin, you enjoyed the discussions in your last stream. Had to agree with you about many problems in the shogi scene. Well, thank you for that comment. I'm really glad that you mentioned that, because you know, on the I listened to the whole thing this morning, all, you know, the 3 hours of the discussion, and in listening to it, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it, and I hope that other people as well, you know, at least like the sort of discussion. You know, we don't have too much discussion like that, you know, in the Western shogi world. But you know, it's nice to talk about it. It's definitely nice to talk about it, and I like listening back to it. You know, since we don't have any English language shogi podcasts, like this is the closest sometimes that we have. So I really liked it. You know, I liked it, and I enjoyed it at the time. You know, my big regret always is that I noticed. You know, I noticed the comments that I missed because I'm scrolling through and I'm trying to look over here, and there are a couple really nice comments that I missed. Like Kanto Dragon had brought up a really good point that I just didn't see. I just didn't, you know, as I'm reading, I'm scrolling, I somehow missed it. Kanto Dragon had a really nice point. Thankfully, I actually later sort of talked about that point, and it essentially agreed with what Kanto Dragon said. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, I think I am the most active English speaking shogi streamer, the most active, but you know, unfortunately not the best in terms of skill. You know, so I would love to improve my level so that more people can get enjoyment, you know, out of some of this stuff. But well, and because I want to get better, you know. But yeah, you know, I think it's we're getting there. You know, there are streamers, you know, other people, like I've noticed that Killer Ducky has been streaming shogi again lately, which I used to, when he used to stream, I loved his shogi streams. Really enjoyed those. You know, Koshiro is his videos and streams, you know, they're in Portuguese for the most part, But YouTube does a great job of translating. You know, the YouTube Translate is really good for that. So you know, it's in some ways I feel almost like, you know, I lump him in with the English sort of stuff just because the Translate is so good, you know, versus the Japanese streamers, which I don't even turn the auto translate on for the Japanese streams anymore, because the YouTube auto translate is so bad for Japanese. But yeah, I'm the best at talk no jutsu. Yeah, all talk. It's you could say, you know, if you were being less kind, you could say I'm all talk. All talk, no skill. And that's the truth. But to my defense, against myself, I am slowly improving. I definitely am. You know, I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah, Carmike, and I've got you know, Watanabe. You know, it's Team Watanabe in terms of hairstyles. So it's all about, you know, it's all about the style. This channel, it's all about the style and the swagger and the talk. It's not so much about the skill, but the skill is coming. I really wish I could have won this game, but it's mildly reassuring to see that, like, I didn't have any, you know, I had a chance here. But like, you know, this is a strong position. What did it want? I was considering coming back. I was considering that. The engine liked 6-4 pawn. That's a very engine move. That's an incredibly engine move. What is the idea behind it? I'm just trying to find the idea behind this. Goodness gracious. Yeah, this is what I would call an engine line. But you know, maybe better players are going to see this as well. I didn't get. I don't know if I'd say I got ducked. I sort of got Nakazumi'd. Let's bring this in. Let's bring this into oh, it is already in. It's already in. You know, and it's you know, this push which just does, you know, it throws off my entire game. I'm going to turn the engine on here. I want to see if this was a big mistake. So the rook 2-6. I considered rook 2-6 here. I definitely considered it. I definitely considered rook 2-6. Rook 3-8 did not consider, but I definitely considered rook 2-6. Okay. Well, either way, it's still all even. It's still all even. You said, where are the general castle's weaknesses? The general castle's weaknesses. Well, the weaknesses are the gold, the shoulder of the king, the head of the king, and the edge? Let me bring up my notes. That's not it. Shogi notes. There we go. King's head, king's ear. I called it shoulder. King's ear, king's head, king's ear, the edge, and the gold general. Okay. So I remembered. So that 6-4. Yeah, well, it aims there. But there's no follow-up. Right? it just aims there. So where are we again? Is this the move? No, this is not the move. Wait, where are we again? Where was that? Oh, it's on the other screen. I don't even know what layout I'm on. Okay, I'm still in this layout. Yeah, so this move, it aims at the king's ear. Yes. But and even after playing through the engine line, it doesn't look good for me. To me. You know, I'm just giving up my lance, my promoted lance, which seems kind of crazy. I take, but it doesn't do anything. You know, it gets the king out of the castle slightly. But I gave up my lance. And now I'm potentially going to give up my my silver. Rooks and king's ears are weak against bishops. Well, yes. So at the end of the game, you know, I definitely had that in mind. You know, when I dropped the rook so that I could hit the ear of the king with my bishop. But at the end of the game, I saw it. But like even here, like this seems like I'm looking at this position and dang, I don't like this. I mean, the engine is saying that this is what is it? What is it saying? This is an 80%. This is an 82% advantage. You know, for an engine. You know, obviously not for me, but like they're saying that this is an advantage. Like they're saying that this is a winning advantage for me, and I'm trying to keep the board on, but like this looks. To my eyes, which is, you know, my evaluation is poor, this looks terrible to me. Like I do have two rooks. I do have two rooks. I do have two rooks, so maybe it's not so terrible, but yeah, it's scary. Maybe pawn drop 6-4 instead of bishop drop is more... Wait, what do you mean instead of bishop drop? Did you mention another possibility besides pawn 6-4? So, you know, just to you know, pat myself on the back, through most of this game, I saw the possibility of like pawn drop 6-4. I just, you know, I could never justify it. Like even here, like, you know, if this engine line is the justification for making that pawn drop, I'm still not seeing it because I gave up a lance. Oh, the engine that dropped bishop 4-5. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get into leash. Let me change my scene to leash shogi so we can look at it there. This is way at the end. Where are we here? This is not it. Wait, is this it? No, this is not it. Or it is. Yes, it is. This move is sketchy as hell. I'm just gonna say that. I'm not gonna talk any more about it. So let me say, is this the top move? Is this the top move? Okay, it's not. It's a bad move. Okay, so if this move would have been the top move, I'd say this move is sketchy as hell, because there's no way that this is... Anyway, good. I'm glad I'm wrong. I did the procedure. And the procedure showed me that I'm wrong. So unlike someone that I will not name, when I am proven wrong, I will admit that I'm wrong. So this move totally threw me off. So this is just, you know, in my paranoid, you know, I've been watching too much chess content. In my paranoid mindset, this move honestly threw off the rest of the game for me. I really had to work hard to regroup from here, because now I thought I'm not playing someone, a human, you know? So these are the kinds of moves that I struggle with, and the kinds of situations that I struggle with online shogi at times, because like they say on the chess pod, you know, in all this discussion, once there's a possibility in your mind that you're playing someone who's not completely above board, it's very difficult to play. It's like, you know, these are grandmasters saying this, that once there's even this suspicion in your mind, it becomes very difficult to play. And to a fault, I also think that. And so, like, this move, you know, I didn't say it at the time, because I hate to be calling this stuff out. And I am actually really glad that it was not the top move. But, you know, there are other ways to do it. But anyway, I saw this, and it took me a lot to recover mentally from this move, because I'm never making this move. I am never making this move. In a million years am I making this move. You know, with only a gold in hand, a gold and some pawns, and no way to drop the pawns. So anyway, long story short, I'm glad this was a bad move. Oh, Goshijin, you're heading to bed soon. Is it possible for viewers to play? You'd love to test your luck. Oh, yes, I definitely have played viewers. I definitely have. It's not often. It's usually comes up sort of organically, where maybe Shogi Club 24 doesn't have any players and it's not a Shogi Wars day. Honestly, on Shogi Wars, I think I've played viewers most often because, like, of the snipe in the matchmaking. So I've played a number of games against people, but the problem with Shogi Wars is that you have to get match made, and so the ratings on the system have to be, you know, equal. So, like, you may be way better than I am on Shogi Wars, so we may never get match made. But yeah, but definitely, I've played games on Lee Shogi, played games on 81 Dojo, also played you know, I said Shogi Wars, but also I've played Ghost 1 and Time Zombie, at least both those two, on Shogi Club 24. So, you know, those were rated games. Not that the rating matters on Shogi Club 24, but long story short, yes. Ornalt, you say promoted Knight 6/7 looks more natural. Right here. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that seems great. And that is the top move. Yeah, I mean, it seems more natural, and it seems, I don't want to say obvious. Yeah. So that's the thing. This is my saving grace. Koshiro cannot snipe me. unless he creates a new account. Uh, I'm being saved by the algorithm. I'm being saved by the matchmaking algorithm. Thank you, Shogi Wars. Thank you, heroes. Thank you, heroes. Thank you, Shogi Wars. Thank you, ISF, because, you know, ISF, Koshiro shouldn't be wasting time on me, you know, a week away from the ISF. So, you know, I'm in a bubble right now. I'm in a protected bubble where no 6 Dan amateurs can touch me. You say online shogi is sus, sadly. Yeah, I think it is, you know, in a lot of ways. But it's not bad enough, and I think it's not that bad. I think it's not that bad. All right. Thank you, Goshijin. Great chatting with you. Have a great night, and you know, a nice sleep, and see you soon. Thanks again. Carmike, you can say, what are you on Shogi Wars right now, Carmike? And are you playing a lot on Shogi Wars these days? You're 7Q still? You seem much better than 7Q to me. I mean, some of the ideas you come up with in chat they seem to be way above you know, 7 and 8Q. So I'm very surprised. I'm expecting that you're just not playing enough to get ranked up. You know, because the unfortunate thing on Shogi Wars, you know, if you found your, you know, your full rating on Shogi Wars sort of before you improved, all of a sudden you've got to grind a lot to get out of there. You don't play much, but you watch videos and solve Tsume. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you're sort of probably stuck there as an underrated player. You're making life miserable for people like me, you know, who are, you know, we're trying to get ahead, but we get matched against a lower player who it's the same problem, you know, in the chess world where, you know, there's a lot of artificial deflation of ratings because kids and people are joining in, and they're playing in tournaments as ratings far below what they actually are. You started this August, really? You know, Koshiro, that's interesting. So I was thinking about this last night too, off stream. You say that you don't know why, but it seems like you play better on Shogi Wars desktop with mouse than on mobile tapping. Skill-wise, not speed. So, exactly. I was thinking about it yesterday. Like, yesterday I played my 2 games off stream, and I played pretty well. I played better than I played on stream. So, you know, those games I played on Shogi Wars yesterday on stream, they were terrible. Like, this isn't like self-deprecating or anything like that. They were terrible. I you know, 3 games in a row to end it, I hung a major piece. I just hung a major piece. So I played better, you know, on mobile. But the thing is, the trap for me on mobile is, I think now, you know, because I play with a mouse, you know, because I play almost exclusively on stream, and I'm playing with a mouse, you know, I'm getting into time trouble in the 10-minute games, you know, because I'm slow, and then because I'm slow, I'm in time trouble. And once you're in time trouble with mouse, you're someone of my level is basically dead. You know, if I've got 2 minutes, I'm basically dead unless I've got mate coming pretty soon, because, you know, the opponent can just dirty flag me. And so that then informs my speed. So I start playing faster. And then once I'm on mobile, like I was yesterday, all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, I am so fast. Like in this one game yesterday, I think we were into the middle game. I was at like 9 minutes and 30 seconds, I think, and my opponent was down to like 7 or 6 minutes or something. You know, so I had a huge time advantage. And when I am so fast, I think I keep making fast moves. So fast, bad moves. So I'm not allowing myself enough thinking time. Now that I have thinking time, I'm not using my thinking time because I'm like, oh my God, I'm so fast. I'm so fast. I'm so fast. And you say you think it's about not thinking while tapping, whereas on mouse or it could be, yeah, exactly. So it's funny to me. It's funny to me that two players with many levels of skill difference sort of have the same experience on this thing. It's because sometimes I hold up in my mind, I hold up the 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 Dan players. I hold you all up in my brain as like basically infallible shogi beings that like if you make a blunder, it's because of something else, or it's because you misread a very deep line. I just in my mind it's like you don't have the same problems I have of playing too fast if you're tapping, versus and mouse. So it's sort of good to hear. It's sort of good to hear that. But at the same time, it's sort of demoralizing to hear because it's like, man, I can become one of the best amateurs in the world, and I'm still gonna have trouble. These same troubles. It's like, what in the world? Like, what is this game? What is this game? Or no, you only play with mouse? You're kidding. You haven't said, I don't think you've said that before. That's mind-blowing to me because you're playing 3 minute. So you're 3 Dan in 3 minute, which is hardcore. And oh man, that's amazing to me. That's amazing to me. Ornalt, you say easier to see with a big screen. So I think yes and no. It's easier to see with a big screen. I think yes, it's you can see a lot, but no, the bigger the screen, the more eye movement you have to make, unless you're holding the board in your head, which I think stronger players will be doing. To a certain extent, I think stronger players are going to be holding more of the board in the head in their head than I do. But otherwise, it requires more eye movement. And more importantly, I think, it requires more mouse movement. So, chess players have, bullet chess players have talked about this, I'll say at length, where a lot of them will play on a small board, small screen, because it's less mouse travel. They're playing bullet. But Shogi Wars 3 minute is awfully close in many ways, I think, to chess bullet because the Shogi Wars interface is so bad. It's funny that the Shogi Wars interface is so bad for speed shogi, but all it really does is speed shogi. So it's kind of weird, because shogi itself is not so conducive to mouse because, or to fast moves because you have to sometimes pick a piece from your hand and drop it. So sometimes, like if your mouse is in the top left, you've got to move all the way to the bottom to pick up a piece, move all the way back up to the top to drop the piece. Or in some ways, you've got a bishop, you've got to drag it, you move it all the way to the other side of the board, you tap and then drag and then tap, and then you've got to promote and then tap. It's brutal. It's in my opinion, it's brutal, and there are no pre-moves. Which in my mind is sort of the biggest sin that Shogi Wars commits, I think, is that there are no pre-moves. But I could probably change my mind on that because these other things I think are pretty big. Like the fact that we can't drag with mouse. I appreciate that they're letting us play with mouse on desktop at all. But I really think they should improve that. Oh, yeah, that chess.com puzzle champion. Yeah, that's a perfect example. A perfect example of that. Yeah, because you know, the milliseconds are mattering in that one. And oh my gosh, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but they are ridiculous. You know, Ray Robson, and I can't remember the title. I think he's a titled player. He's not a grandmaster, but the titled player from Greece, who I think has finished second in a few of these. I can't remember his name, but Ray Rob, they're just ridiculous. Yeah. That automatic promotion for pawn, rook, bishop, I think would be really nice. You know, with some ability to not promote, you know, like holding a button or doing something else, you know, like Lee Chess and Lee Shogi and I think Lee Shogi, but chess.com, you know, they have ways to not promote. Yeah. So anyway, this was a fun game. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take another break. I would like to play another game. I have only had the 2 games today. They've been long games. How long was this one in terms of moves? 176 moves. Yeah, that was a long game. You know, I mean, I dragged it out. I dragged it out another 5 moves after I thought I was certainly lost. But a good game. So let me put my little be back soon, or be right back. And I will be right back. All right, back. You know, these games, they sure take a lot out. You know, these long games, and you know, I keep expecting to be able to build up my endurance a little more. You know, I'm mainly thinking for, you know, the next tournaments I'll be playing, where you're playing many games, you know, many tense games in a single day. And I keep hoping that, you know, I'll build up this endurance, but it's slow going. You know, I'm kind of, after these 2 games, these were both, I think, pretty long games. I'm sort of fried. I'm sort of fried. I'm going to play another because I really want to play another game. But it's very, ooh, look at this. Maple Sugar Lovers playing Demonic. Oh, wow. So I lost 22 points for that loss. Wow. Wow. Very interesting. But anyway, yeah, building up the endurance. And, even though I play over the board, 3 games a week, on Sunday mornings, the 3 tense games, I still sort of get, my third game is usually my weakest. And I don't know if I'm getting much, I guess, I'm maybe the exhaustion level is the same, but the fact that I'm getting better means my worse is still better than it used to be. But interesting stuff for me, the whole concept of that. I was going to go to the club tonight. To play over the board, at the Silicon Valley Shogi Club. But then, because I'm yesterday I said I wasn't feeling so well. I'm mostly feeling fine right now. Mostly, if anything, the only thing that's really bugging me is that I think my throat is a little sore from yesterday's 6-hour stream. But then the idea hit me on the chance that Noah is there at the club. I don't want to bring any germs. I don't want to bring any, even if I'm fine, maybe I'm like a carrier of some of the germs from the vacation. I don't want to bring any sickness. I don't want, just on the off chance that he's going to be there tonight, I don't want to do anything to be the reason that he might be sick at ISF or something like that. So I'm going to stay home. I'm not going to go to the club tonight. I'm not going to go to the club tonight. I'm not going to go to the club next week, or Tuesday, or on this Tuesday or next Tuesday. That said, though, we do have a club. We do have a monthly meetup on Saturday. He might go there. I'm going to go to that one. I will go to that one if I'm feeling perfect for the few days leading up to it. But anyway. You're not sure about the pre-move. You had a very bad experience on the shogi, losing a bishop in the opening, but still came back because of the opponent. Yeah, so I have found that in shogi, the pre-moves are a little trickier. Because of drops and things like that, the things that I think the pre-moves that I feel are safe are sometimes not safe. Like versus in chess, where when I make a pre-move in chess, I'm making, it's somehow it's always forced. Got Lafonged. Are you a Lafong? I used to watch a little bit of Lafong streams. This is going back probably 2 or 3 years, but he had one incredibly annoying viewer who just would not stop. And Lafong, well, because this viewer was spending a bunch of money at the time across a bunch of streams, Lafong was giving him notice, was giving him attention, and to me it ruined the stream. It completely ruined the stream. So I stopped watching, and I never came. That guy seems to have gone away. That guy who was dumping money on all these channels, I guess he got bored or whatever. But I never came back. Yeah, he's if I'm not mistaken, he's a national master in Canada. National master, potentially a FIDE master. You know, it's a tough spot in the chess world because, you know, there's so many grandmasters that are streaming that, like, it makes it tough for even someone that's a national master, which is incredibly strong, you know, to make a dent. And I don't think his channel gets many viewers. Like, it gets, you know, more than I do, but like, you know, it's not really like a big channel. He's an FM, okay. But yeah, you know, obviously not everyone. Oh, I mean, most people are not doing it for the money. They're doing it because they love it, or, you know, maybe I think he teaches as well. Maybe he gets some sort of teacher cred by being a known streamer. So, you know, maybe that, you know, that's how it works out, or he parlays it. Yeah, I've seen, yeah. It's the pre-move traps. Yep. I mean, I'm gonna change my scene as I wait. Oh, you know, so you say he's not a master, but he's entertaining. I love those. Like I really like CL Smith. CL Smith, though, he doesn't really try to be so like he's not entertaining per se. Like he's just a calm, mellow kind of guy. And I you know, love the channel, but I don't know what entertaining means, but the I was trying to think, you know, during this break actually, because we obviously yesterday we had a lot of chat, and today you know, there's been playing, obviously playing and reviewing, but there's also been a lot of chat. And what do the chess? I can't think of any chess players that sort of chat as much. No, like Benjamin Bach. I mean, Benjamin Bach is mostly chatting, at least in my experience of seeing him. Short 2. I don't want to play short 2. So I'll say sorry to New Zealand. Okay, Raphael Chess. I will check that out. Oh, I've seen him. I don't know why I've seen him. Maybe Gabrielle, maybe you had shared that with me before. I'm not sure. Because I've seen him. That looks very familiar. But yeah, like Hikaru Nakamura, he doesn't, like, he reads chat. I guess he's an outlier because he can read chat and play Blitz and hold a discussion while he's playing at the highest level that humanity has ever had. All right, I can play. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. I am Sente. Make my move. Let's see what we got. Okay, all right, I'm going to try. Ah, he's one of these. I'm thinking about how I can sort of, not transpose, but how I can get into Danako. I'm not seeing a great way to do it. Because I'll push my pawn. And I'll see where it goes. My thinking is, if I push this pawn, he'll just, okay. Yeah. So this will be good. This will definitely be good, because this will be, This is a slow game playing this style of opening. This is similar to what I do against. This is similar to what I do against my third file, the leader of the East Bay Shogi Club. But I have mostly been bringing the silver up here, the right silver to 4-8, and the left silver kind of sliding around to 6-6, so that I can defend up here. But I don't think I've blown it at this point. I don't think I've blown it. I think we're still sort of in a normal Torizashi. Oh boy. All right. Let's get that over. Yeah. So he'll push. On my head. I'll come back down, and then I'll come over. Let's get this up. Yeah. I'll come over this way. Come over this way. Okay, so he's blitzing. Maybe he knows this line really well. I'm going to take. And I'm going to resign. Let's get another game in. Okay, let's look. Let's look there. To be fair to myself, I did say that I was fried. I did say that I felt like I was fried after those two games. This so did I beat no, this is Koji. Did I Koji 10918? Have I played this player before? So a peak of 713. So he's a baby sandbagger, but why did I not see that? I'm trying to understand why I didn't see that. You think most of the time you see climbing gold against this type of third file? So I think Koshiro has a video. I think, Koshiro, you have a video of climbing gold against this, right? I swear that's where I saw it first. I think I think I saw a video from Koshiro of it. And then that week, if I'm not mistaken, I tried it against my opponent at the East Bay Shogi Club. But for the life of me, I don't remember if it was successful or not. I'm going to guess it was not successful because I've never done it again. It's possible, Gabrielle, it's possible that I'm confusing it. It's possible that you're right. That it's actually his Nakabisha video with the gold in the center, and it's not against third file. So let's look. Let's copy this in. Did I bring it? I did. Wait, no, this is not it. What's going on? Oh, it is. This is it. Oh, I just somehow flipped it. Okay. So how do I get to Shodan Special in this case? My thinking was, if I push here, if I do 4-6, then he can just push. He can just push 3-5. and I'm out of luck. If I push 2-6, then I'm out of luck. He can do this, and I go into my Torizashi. If I do this, it just feels so weird. It feels so weird, but maybe that's okay. I mean, the engine likes it. The three moves I have as arrows are oh no, not this one. Not this one. These two moves are they're both sort of tied for the top. Oh, Shodan special. Oh, okay. Yeah. Not Shodan special. I never remember what Shodan special is. I can't have three. I can't have four openings against third file. I just can't. Like, if I added Shodan special, that would mean I've got Torizashi, I've got Danako, and then I'd have my old standby, which is, my opposing rook. Special is going silver 4-7 fast Ishida. So here, or this. Because eventually with Torizashi, I would normally be in this sort of position. Oh, silver 4-8. The pawn 3-5, pawn 4-6. Oh, well, he hasn't... I heard something back there. There's no rat. Oh, so we don't pawn 2-6. Oops. What's the idea here then? Is the idea to sort of do is it Nakazuma-ish? Or is it just something else? Silver 4-7, pawn 7-6. So let's say what are they going to do? They're going to do this, or they're going to do this. No, they're not going to do that. Silver 4-7. Oh, with the idea of going opposing rook. When we open the diagonal, they take. But then my castle's all messed up. Right? If he exchange, yeah, which my opponents seem like they always do, but let's say he does this. I'm going to ignore the edge for now. If he does this, we open. This is kind of what scares me. Once we get gold 3-8 here. Yeah, I mean, looking at this, you know, intellectually, this seems pretty good. You know, I'm just not familiar at all with these types of positions, but it seems pretty good. You know, when I do this, I'm usually making kin muso. So this is just very different than what I'm accustomed to. Do I ever have to move this king? Or does it or is this the castle? 6-8 or 5-8. Okay. And this gold, does this gold climb at all, or does it do more? Oh, gold 3-8, gold 6-8. Your castle's ready. Okay, so 6-8. Oh, 4. The king is at, okay. So the king is at 4-8, and then we get our gold up here. That looks meme-ish. It looks like a meme-ish castle, but yeah, I mean, it seems good to me. I despise having this fork point. You know, the gold and the rook. When I'm playing opposing rook, I really hate that. So I'd have to get over that sort of fear. The ideal rook position is 8-9. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. So this is Shodan special. Gabriel, you think the idea is to jump the knight and bring the rook down. Okay. That's what I drew. Knight 7-7 and pawn exchange is a must. Which pawn exchange? This pawn exchange, I'm assuming. Eight five. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, that's my, you know, that's my normal opposing rook thing. You're making me want to try this. So the thing is, the club, the leader of the East Bay Shogi Club is gone. You know, he's in Japan now for the rest of the year. So I won't be able to be tempted into trying this against him. You know, the Danaka did very well. My day one Danaka did really well against him in our first and only time we played it. I just blew it after getting a very good advantage. I blew it. Basically, once I got out of my book, once I got out of my prep, the prep that takes me to, like, I was Gote, I think. So the prep that takes me to -11 in the Lee Shogi eval, or -12. Once I got to that prep, I crumbled. Through to that, I crumbled. But otherwise, it's good. It's not that difficult. Yeah, there's similar things. It's not difficult. It's just it's unfamiliar. You know, the more I play, the more I see how and this isn't necessarily the right way to do it, but I see how my brain is working, and that, you know, so often I'm playing things by rote, or by playing things, you know, based on feel of patterns. So you say not exchanging is crazier. We close the bishop diagonal with pawn 5-5, and we attack direct on the edge. So let's say let's say he does this. So he comes up here, with the idea of coming up here. I seem to see this kind of thing quite often. So we close the diagonal with 5-5. Is my layout messed up? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Foradun. Thank you. I'm looking over to the right and I'm not even seeing it. I'm sorry, everybody. I am so sorry. Yeah, part of the board was visible, but so sorry. I was in my own world. Oh man. Apologies to people watching the video later, who might get this far. So I do pawn 5-5. But like the move the opponent wants to make is this, to open up the rook and to get this out here. So I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to intuit my way around this. I don't think I want to bring a silver up. I don't think that I do. Then we secure the Vanguard with silver 5-6. Straight? Really? So amazing. Amazing, because I would have done this every single time. Since I can go back. Since I can go back. But oh wow, okay. Okay. Wow. But isn't he going to do something like this? Oh, he doesn't have a pawn in hand. He doesn't have a pawn in hand. It can be Nakabisha, but the truth is more evil. That's what a statement. What an incredible statement. What an this is why so often, even though a lot of your videos translate very well, with auto translate, this is why I feel like I could be missing out on some really good some of the really good Portuguese stuff, because I know the things you say in chat are just sometimes like awesome like that. But I feel like sometimes with translation it gets lost in the mix. So I want the full experience. Pawn 6-4 prevents Nakabisha's bogeying. Ah. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Very accustomed to that. I'm very accustomed as a Nakabisha player to be hating this move. Okay. Oh, you're suggesting we should look at it. Okay. So we do this. I would sort of expect, some sort of castling a bit before. Pawn 9-6. Pawn 9-4. Bishop 7-7. I almost feel like you're setting us up to come over here again. Like I see a position like this, and I am thinking. I'm thinking long and hard about coming up here. King 7-2, pawn 9-5. Whoa. That's early. That's early. That's very early. Ooh. How did we make an edge attack with nothing in hand? How did we do this? My opponent is going to do this. You know, when I start doing edgy things or opposing-ish things, he will often do this. We're setting up bishop 6-6, knight 7-7. Ah. And if in the intermediate, if we do that, and they come up here, do we come back? Because now we're sort of losing out on this, or do we? Because I don't think I want to take here. I don't think I want to take here because this is coming. We could pawn 4-5 before bishop 6-6. And that is pawn 4-5 is the engine move, the top engine move. Oh, I see. I see. There it is. There it is. Okay, so he's got to go back. He's got to go back. Now we do bishop 6-6. And if he pushes the pawn, we can happily take and build up more attackers over there. Yeah, Killer Ducky is saying 4 pieces to attack 9-3 plus the pawn. Yeah. All right. I still have the end. I didn't flip the engine off. It does say that this is the #1 move, and the response is take. And a sort of very unintuitive move to me is the top, which is silver 4-2. I don't think my opponents are making that. I think they're usually going to come up 3-4. And 3-4 is the second best move, but it's, yeah, okay. This attack is fiercer against... Yes! Yes, you say this attack is fiercer against an opponent who does a fast Mino? Yes! Now that is... I say that yes from experience. Yeah. So the people who do fast Minos... my opposing rook has often just been deadly to that fast Mino. All right. Very cool. Very cool. You're going to look at it in the VOD. You missed it. This is great stuff. Thank you. Koshiro. Wait, so you could delay this fast attack, deceiving him by ranging my rook to Nakabisha, making the castle, and then going over. So I have unwittingly done that kind of thing before as well, where when I was a pure Nakabisha player, I would do that and then swing over to opposing rook just because I saw Fukuma, Satomi, she was Satomi at the time, doing that quite often. And that was a regular strategy of mine. And it would work out. It would work out pretty nicely, but I wouldn't have this nice castle. Well, I guess this is not a castle anymore, but in the Nakabisha sense, I would have had a castle. This is great. This is awesome. This really makes me feel better about playing such a bad, lousy game where I just hung my silver. Rook 5/8 instead of the edge attack is a main line. So that'd be instead of this pawn 1/5. Where are we on the what are we doing? Where's the pawn 9/5? So instead of this pawn 9/5 here, come over there, even with 6/4 pushed. The problem, what makes me like your edge attack more is that this doesn't seem to be much of a bluff, because what am I going to do? Like, they've got this stuff bearing in. Like, they probably won't be scared of me having a castle like this, I would think. Like, this doesn't seem all that strong. Like, well, let's say we bluff them into making Mino. Which was the top engine move, King 8-2. Now we do, gold 3/8, and just kind of tuck the king. King 4/9, King 3/9. Okay, so that's what you're saying, yeah. And then leave the king here. This is something that I've learned the hard way is against Furibisha, to leave my king on the bottom. Especially when it's a silver here. All right. That's really cool. That's really cool. This is so, these kind of sessions are so inspirational to me, because I love learning about these different sort of opening ideas and these strategies. But in the end, like right now, I don't have the skill to make them work. A lot of times. So it's inspirational in that, like, I feel, all right, as I level up, maybe I'll be able to start doing more and more of this. Hey, Viridin, great to see you. Yeah, King 3/9, far from the edge. Yeah, my opponents will definitely be making these types of attacks. But it is far. The thing that inevitably ends up happening, and maybe there's no risk of it here because this pawn is there, but like there's once the opponent gets a pawn in hand, this thing is going to start being a threat. It's going to they're going to start making a play for my silver here. This stuck silver. And this is often, when I play in a fashion like this, that's often I'm thinking that's often where I start breaking down. where it's like, oh, this silver, I left this silver here. I left this silver here one move too long, you know, or I didn't bring this up, or I didn't do something else. I can pawn 4-5 in the best timing. Okay. That's it. It's so obviously it's bringing a smile to my face. It's I don't know what the word is, but to hear how I think about dealing with this situation versus how you think about dealing with the situation. So, you know, I'm thinking about ways to sort of cower in fear and give myself room to back up. Your solution to this is to select the correct timing to make this to push the opponent away. So you're pushing the opponent away. I'm cowering in fear, and it's really, like I said, it's bringing a smile to my face just thinking about this difference in shogi mindsets between, you know, a relatively weak player and a strong player. So it's fun because you know there's always, even in a situation like this, there's so many ideas going on in a game of shogi, and there's so many ways for your opponent or yourself to sort of give up some of your equity in the game. And you know, it's at some point I'm going to see my opponents do a weak move like this, and I'll think of ways to capitalize on it. Or I'll see these positions and I'll be like, oh, I don't need to worry about this thing getting trapped. At my timing, I'll push this pawn. Oh, love it. I'm just gushing. Nothing to see here. I'm just gushing over you know, the enjoyment of being taught something. But this is great. I only got 3 games in today. I want to play another, but it's almost 4 hours. I am feeling it still. I'm definitely still feeling it. My throat from yesterday's big talk, you know, because I haven't been talking that week. Like, yes, I talked a lot on, you know, the week of our vacation. You know, my wife and I talking a lot. I didn't do any karaoke. I was going to do some, but I didn't do any karaoke. But like, there's a pretty big difference I've found in sort of talking conversationally to people in streaming, where it's just like nonstop, just deluge of words coming out of my head. You made a video not about the Shodan system. It was about this center control Nakabisha against Sankenbisha. It's similar ideas. Okay, that's the one I was talking about. That's the one that I was talking about, and that Gabrielle had suggested. The biggest difference is making a bokin in Nakabisha. Yeah, that video, yeah, we've talked about that one. That's a very difficult video for me. I have found that's a very difficult one for me to internalize. I've watched that one, I don't know how many times now. I've watched it a few times. And, you know, when the rubber hits the road in a game, it's very difficult for me to put it into practice. I don't know why that is. You know, there are certain ideas at everyone's level of improvement or level of progression. I think there are certain things that are difficult ideas to internalize and certain things that just sort of gel. Like from the beginning, Urashino Ryu sort of not gelled, but like, I got it. I got it. And it was easy for me to sort of, yeah, obviously not 100% perfectly, but it was easier for me to put the ideas into practice without getting myself into just catastrophic situations. Except for, the defensive situations, which, quickly got shored up for the most part. Opposing rook was one of those where once I saw Satomi do it against Nishiyama, and I sort of took it into the lab. That was a system that became very, not, I don't want to say easy, but it was very easy for me to sort of grasp it and get the ideas and make plans out of it. Danaka is another of these openings now that it resonates for some reason with me. It resonates with me, and I find myself getting into good spots with it. A lot of times, I'm falling out of my good spots, but there's something that I sort of, for whatever reason, it's sort of, I get it. I get it. The central Bokin, the Nakabisha Bokin, it's, my mind resists it. My mind is just resisting it. And all it sees when I try to sort of put it into practice, it just sees downsides. My mind is seeing ghosts, almost certainly, but things that are preventing me from doing it. Or when I do it, I somehow get, I have so much respect for the people that make climbing gold look painless and easy, because I every time I do it, it seems like either in the center or on the side, I find a way to get that gold in major trouble. I get it trapped. I get it trapped, or or it just becomes a fork target. That kind of thing. So I have so much respect for people who make that work. I just mostly seem like I can't yet. You say the gold is the control piece. Yeah, for me, it seems to be like the piece that just, it's like I have to babysit it. And yeah, a lot of times I'll have it backed by a pawn or something like that, or backed by a knight, but I'm just, it feels like when I try it, I'm just constantly under pressure. It's a chess-like idea. You mean sort of like in chess, when you have knights in certain squares, they're called, oh my gosh, not fortress, not stronghold. Oh my gosh, my brain is so slow this week. What is the chess term for a knight that cannot be threatened by pawns? Not vanguard, not outpost, an outpost knight. Yeah, when I try to control that center with the gold, I get pawns flying at me. I get silvers flying at me. I get forked, by a bishop exchange. But I'll get there. Because, like I said, there's a reason I've watched that video so many times, because you make it look so cool. And, these look like such good ideas. And I know, the scars that I have from being attacked by other styles of Bokin, where I'm just like, it's one of those attacks that I feel sometimes like, what do I do? I see it coming, many moves away. And I'm like, I don't see what to do. I don't see how to defend against this. And yet when I try it, other people seem to have all sorts of ideas of how to give me grief. So fun times, definitely fun times. Ooh, all right. Well, I think that is going to be it for me for today. Tomorrow, I'm going to put that Shogi Wars rating on the line and go back into the fray and see how we do. You made that video because Gabriel was having Gabriel Angel, yeah, was having trouble with Haya Ishida. Oh, 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 that's interesting. So does he use that? Did he switch over? So yeah, if everyone you're saying thank because I am going to close, but now I'm curious. Has he made that part of his game? I haven't watched one of his games in probably like 3 weeks. And most of the games I see for him, it's a lot of the. It seems like people at his level, oh, they're often playing static rook. He tried at least. It's not Anaguma. It's not Central Rook Anaguma, which he's so good at. My inspiration. He and Gerard UV are my Central Rook Anaguma inspiration, and I swear I watched a bunch of his username was Gabriel Angelo BR13 at the time, but I watched a bunch of his Central Rook Anaguma games, kifus, and the next day at the club I had one of my best games ever, and I built Anaguma Central. I felt like I was him. I was just crushing up the center of the board. It was such a good game. It was so good. It was so good and so like liberating. And I've played many Central Rook Anaguma games, but never one quite like that where I just felt like I was attacking all over the place. It was this great game. My opponent I think was not ready for it because I had never done anything like that before. And anyway, the surprise attacks are always great. Yeah. You say it's my best opening. You say it is. I believe you because you're so much better than I am. I don't feel that way. In my heart, I don't feel that way. But because there's something that I always feel like is missing in my Nakabisha attack these days. It almost feels like the better players have figured me out, and that's where I get a little tricky or a little scared. But that said, the better players have also figured out my Urashino Ryu a lot. So both in both styles, one of the things that Gabriel Angelo BR13 does, and I constantly try to figure out what it is, but he always has attacks. He never just gets slowly ground down. He always has crazy attacks. And so often I feel like in my Nakabisha games, they were turning into very slow games where I would slowly get ground down and I wasn't able to build counterplay. And I never see that happening for him. Never. And I don't know how he does it. I've watched a zillion of his games. I just don't understand. I don't know how he does it. Even stuff like I'll be watching some of his games. I'll be like, this isn't gonna work. I'm watching his games and I see him making some sort of attacks, and I'm like, this isn't gonna work. You're playing a 4-dan player. Flailing isn't gonna work against a 4-dan. And then all of a sudden, like 3 or 5 moves later, he's got this huge attack. And I'm like, how did this happen? Even as I go and I review the game, I'm like, I'm missing what happens. He has that attacking style that I dream of having. You say he keeps the bishop diagonal open or ready to be open. Interesting. And like a duck player, he's often so willing to sacrifice. Even when it looks to me, it looks crazy. You won against Takashima OTB with the Nakabisha gold strategy. What you did? Most of the time, the opponent don't know how to attack you. Wait, you played Nakabisha in an over-the-board game? What? Man, you that's amazing. That's amazing. So it's amazing to me that isn't your main opening. It's because like it was my biggest wins. My biggest wins of my life over the board are my biggest over the board win is against third file. I was opposing rook. I did my Satomi opposing rook line as Gote. That's my biggest win. My second biggest win over the board is Central Rook on Aguma. My third biggest win which is online with Central Rook on Aguma. My fourth biggest win, which was over the board, was Urashino Ryu. So what I'm getting at is that when I have these big wins with an opening, it makes me want to stick to that opening. So it's amazing to me, like for me to move away from opposing rook into Torizashi was quite a leap for me because I've had so much success with opposing rook. So it's amazing to me that you didn't just try to focus on Nakabisha, because like I said, when I get a big win, I want to keep using. I want more of that excitement. This case is a kind of non-orthodox Nakabisha. So there's also some kind of surprise for the opponent. Oh, and it was that 10-0 game. Not much time for the opponent to figure out. So, Koshiro, I've been thinking that joke. I've been thinking that joke for weeks now. But like, I can't even make that joke because one, you're not going anywhere. Like you're not going anywhere anytime soon. And third, like I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't disrespectful to you to make that joke. I was gonna say, we're gonna get Gabrielle Angela BR13 and our Gabrielle at ISF next time. But it's like, well, no, Koshiro's still gonna be there. Koshiro's still gonna be there. So that's the thing. Brazil needs 3 ISF reps. Oh wait. I think this is ringing a bell. This is ringing a bell. Is that an actual limit for ISF that you can't go to 2 men? Is there a limit on the number? Okay, what is that restriction? It's not just 1, right? This year there's a Gabrielle playing for Chile. It's not our Gabrielle. That's the thing. It's so funny. It's so funny. Like I've said this before. It's so funny on the internet how I watch someone's games. I'm talking about Gabriel Angelo BR13 right now. I watch his games and study his games and have chatted with him, on Anyone Dojo a little bit, like a couple times. And I feel like I know him and I'm friends with him. Like, I feel like I'm strong friends with him and I know him so well. But all I've done is watch some of his games and exchanged a few words. It's so funny how sometimes on the internet you just feel someone, and it becomes so easy to be friends. Yeah, I feel like I've disappointed him. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed now to chat with him because I'm a dirty Urashino Ryu player. So I'm sort of embarrassed. So I don't watch his games. Like, this is not a joke. This is not a joke. Like, I don't watch his games live like I used to anymore because I'm so embarrassed that I'm an Urashino Ryu player. And so I look at the kifus later. He can't watch the stream because of school. That makes sense. That makes sense. Someone that I've seen on your streams lately that I haven't seen in mine is Olive Mycon. I hope I didn't say something that was interpreted badly for him. I hope I didn't insult him or something. Because I always liked him. But I haven't seen him in a while. So I'm always worried. If someone hasn't shown up in a long time, I'm mostly worried that I said something that could have been misinterpreted, or somehow the wrong words came out of my mouth. But I'm also worried that, and I expect that it's just because I'm boring. Busy with university. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. He's hardly playing. Yeah, I think he told me that he was playing correspondence. Yeah, yep. And you just said only by correspondence. Yeah, yeah. Because in your chat, I think in one of your streams, it was probably on YouTube, and I said like, oh, good to see you, something like that. And he said he's been playing correspondence. Yeah, yeah. But it's like you build these friends, and you don't want to lose these friends. And I feel like that's part of the reason. Like, it's almost like you want to solidify some of this by sometimes going to an event or whatever. And then the reality of how big the world is, kind of sets in, and sometimes it's not quite so easy to just hop in a car and drive out to Brazil from the United States. So yeah. Oh man. All right. Well, on that note, on that happy but sad note, I'll close it up. Thank you again. Thank you again, Kojiro, for this help. Thank you for everyone else who's stopped by. Oh, if you came out, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, we've got if you come out at a time when my kids are not here, you have a place in our house. You have a room in our house to stay. That would be incredible. Or if it's just a day, just to see you at all, that would be awesome. And oh man, that would be incredible. Yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun to have like you out at one of the SF Shogi Club meetings. Where we have the strongest players, in the Bay Area, are usually at this San Francisco Shogi Club. And I bet if you were going to be there, everyone would want to come. So it'd be one of those big events. So anyway, thanks everybody. I will see you soon, and enjoy your shogi. Have a great remainder of the day, and I'll talk to you later. Thanks again so much. Thanks. Bye.